Alright. Today I am wanting to start Vampyr. Already changed all this stuff, so I'm just gonna go into a new game. I think I'll just do normal mode. Don't see any reason to do otherwise.
12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment. A righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
That mouse sensitivity is really high. I'm definitely going to turn it down at least a couple notches. It's still a little bit high for my taste. Interesting beginning, just waking up in a pile of corpses.
Thirsty. So thirsty.
Mary! Oh, no! Mary! Hold on! Please, hold on! Oh, God. Oh, no. Mary. No. No. This horror. It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain! These patrols are after me. Watch out! No, don't shoot! This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here.
Oh jeez. Sensitivity is still a little bit high.
This can't be it.
That's fine.
Over there! There's one of those.
No, please, stop! I mean you no harm. What's going on?
Okay.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about?
Has it fled? Shit, where'd it go? Tricky bastards.
Now, I can defend myself.
Where'd it go? Kill the thing!
Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
Yeah, you attacked me first. Self-defense.
Who are you? Stupid beast!
Murder! That's what you do with leeches.
Sorry.
Can I jump in here? Nope.
Watch yourselves! This one!
No, please, stop!
Let's see how he likes a bit of fire!
Who are you?
Watch it!
What do you want?
Interesting, so I can only heal up to a certain amount in particular situations.
I mean you no harm. I need help.
Die, you fucking leech!
Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this.
Shut up, beast!
Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name?
I'll do the rest of the job.
Just leave me. The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone.
Oh, okay, so fire damage will reduce my maximum health gauge. Let's see.
I need to find somewhere to hide. Let me go!
Saw a symbol over there.
I need to find shelter.
It's locked.
Okay. So red outline means probably locked. That way's
It's
probably
locked,
locked.
all right.
Is anybody there? What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
Looks like it. I found me some shillings, I did. Collectible. Okay. Oh, okay, so interesting. Collectibles, just documents. Okay, I could probably read all of these then. Leeches do not fear the sun or fire, and they do not burst into flames or ashes when they are caught under the rays of daylight. But it hurts them good, really good. I have personally chained a vampire to a tree to see what would happen when the sun rises. Its skin blackened in a few minutes, as if it was burning from the inside. Its eyes and flesh melted, and I saw its unholy bones move and squeal as the beast tried to escape all day long. In the end, only a desiccated corpse remained, which started to slowly regenerate when the sun disappeared behind the horizon. I cut its head off to finally destroy it, and when I tried the same test with fire, the bloody leech never came back from the ashes. Fire is our weapon of choice, brothers, to burn the beast in the best way to kill it for good. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldritch, Pruin leader. Alright, interesting. Interesting. All I've got is a machete right now. Map, no quests, citizen menu.
Brother, what have you done?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Oh, I guess that's just the reflection off the hammer. I haven't checked it all yet to see. I don't know if there's an achievement for beating the game without killing anybody. Doesn't look like it, or at least there's a bunch of hidden achievements, so I don't know. Shall see how this goes. Looks dead to me.
Wait, this one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it to share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
That's impossible.
What part was impossible? I got a watch. I got more shillings.
Dreams for the Red Queen that sleeps under crown of stone, that she might linger longer, her eyes as white as gold.
Who goes there?
A prayer for the summoned by warrior song. A child born from darkness must take scent of his power.
Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
And let's do it, why don't we?
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No! There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
Got a used revolver. Alright. Okay, so it looks like I can get upgraded over time. Bloody diary. 15th October, bad sleep. Becky coughed all night and the fever made her delirious. I heard a loud noise in the morning. It's a big machine some men brought by the banks to dig a big hole in the ground. It was some sort of mechanical shovel. Maybe I could go there and ask for some work. Becky needs medicine. 16th October, I talked to the men with the mechanical shovel. They told me they are digging mass graves all around London. Safety measures, apparently. Is there a new epidemic? Is the flu coming back? They had no work for me. Becky slept a little last night. The foundry has been closed and there are no more jobs nearby. 19 October. I went to London to find some groceries and drugs. No trains. It took me a whole day to cross the Thames and come back. Becky seemed better. I made a soup she ate. I found no drugs, only a few syringes and some sleeping pills on the black market. We have no money left. Maybe I could go to Pembroke Hospital tomorrow, but it's so far, and I fear leaving my wife for so long. Still 19 October. Maybe that's supposed to be 20. Becky threw up the meal a few hours, no, it's 19. A few hours after she ate. She is so frail now it makes me cry. She says she hears voices outside at night. She says she wants to eat meat. Where should I find meat? Tomorrow I'll barricade the house to protect us from looters. 21 October. Men with the mechanical shovel have stopped digging the mass grave. I heard shouts last night as if they were attacked. Now there are only a few boats throwing bodies day and night into the giant hole. The smell is terrible. We should have left this house a week ago, but Becky, she refuses to leave. She'd rather die. she said with a nasty smile. Why is she torturing me so? 22 October. Becky just attacked me. She jumped on me from the stairs and tried to bite me. I had to smack her, but she smacked me back. I went upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom. Now I can hear her crying and mumbling downstairs. I retrieved the gun I hid in the ceiling since the war to protect the house. Now I'm ready to use it to protect myself from my own wife. 23 October. I could not sleep at all. Becky spent the whole night scratching at the door, asking for my help, begging me to let her in. But I was too afraid to open it, just waiting for her to die now. It would not be long. I pray God it will end soon. 24 October. I was so hungry I tried to go downstairs this morning. Becky was sitting in the armchair by the chimney. She was panting like a dog, looking at me without moving, just following me around the room with her eyes. I pointed the gun at her sore face, but she did not react. I could not pull the trigger. I went back to my own room. 25 October. This house is silent like a tomb. No more noises. Becky is dead now. Forgive me, my love. I was unable to save you. I'll be with you soon enough. Alright. I guess sleep?
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it. Rational thinking only. This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, who tames blinding sunlight into a glowing reflesh.
Hideout beds allow you to evolve and rest. Okay. Spending experience points allow you to improve vampiric skills. Okay. Autography. Okay, interesting. To unlock an aggressive skill. Okay. Claws. Blood Spear. Shadow Mist. So it looks like we got physical damage, blood damage or blood cost, blood damage, and shadow. Kind of like the spear myself. I mean, the shadow would be fun. This gives it to me. Increased damage. Multi-spear. Increased damage. Piercing spear. Okay. I'm gonna look at these though. Let's see. So claws. So the claws can do stunning. Ooh. So with these you can gain blood, which is probably actually pretty useful. And as for this one, so maybe it is better. Well, no, I think first needs some range. So first I'm gonna get a blood spear. And then I'll go to claws, I think.
That voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Okay, so I need to go there. Main quest, I have no side quests yet. Can I only look at the abilities during the level up? It looks like it. Oh. I don't remember placing those. I accidentally placed any others, did I? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay.
It's a vampire, all right.
Where is it? It's closed.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here!
My head's spinning.
Oi! Come out, you coward!
I cannot enter.
Clever fucking beasts.
Used steak. Okay.
I'm still in Southwark.
Over
I
there!
must reach the West End.
One of them vermin!
Go back home.
Die, vermin!
Okay.
Strength I never knew I had.
on, mate. First, I'm gonna check and see what all's over here. Can't go through that way. There, have a blood spear.
This shouldn't be possible. Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire. I feel like a child learning the limits of my body.
Indeed.
My strength, my reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
Picking myself up some shillings. Ah, okay, so this just puts me up here. So how do I... Can I not... Oh, there we go. I have no ammo for it, but I can have it in my offhand, so... means now I can... swap probably once I have ammo. Join the ranks. Your king and country need you.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
No?
This is despicable. It's locked, all right. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Yeah, eating rats is gross, but it's better than people?
It's locked. The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
Also... I don't need custom markers on here, why? Oh, probably because whenever I go to navigate around, it just automatically does it.
It's locked, all right.
I wonder if I'll get the ability to lockpick. Pick some shillings.
It's locked. I have this thirst for blood.
The dead rat is on the ground.
What will London have to say to me? I cannot enter. I've so many questions unanswered.
No, don't you just love how the beginning of all these games is always, oh, I need to find every single tiny little penny. Because at the beginning it helps me buy stuff, and then later in the game it's like, oh, 10 shillings? Who gives a crap?
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant. Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
I'm actually going to remap that button. It's here. Find. There. Okay. I also didn't check. This game auto saves, and I think that's all that I really have to go on. Because I didn't see a quick save or anything. An aluminum shard and some grease. Maybe I can do some crafting. Also, I think I've already figured out how to tell if I'm in a combat area. You can sprint without using... or you sprint while using sprint.
There is no one in sight.
Okay, yeah, probably better do that.
Where has everyone gone? According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail.
Is that a rat with blood on it? Oh no, I can just see the rat. Okay, so workbench. Refill ammo. A workbench you can craft. Medical treatments to heal citizens, myself, and weapon upgrades. Okay. upgrade you to level 2. Just need one more lead plate and some... Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I didn't get the chance to look at any of this other stuff. Okay, so I do have some stuff that I can upgrade, some passives. Some stuff is still, it looks like, locked behind levels, but some of these things will definitely be useful. I think absorption is going to be good. Oh wow, you can upgrade these a lot. Go ahead and do this. Which is the next level? Still the same. And I don't think I can afford anything else, but that would be useful, I think. No. Confirm. That's right. Okay, some crafting parts, not a whole lot, but let's continue with this light that's bugging out.
That's strange. The trail is very erratic, as if the killer was drunk or hesitant. At last, a little life.
I think I'm
Welcome,
losing
sir,
my
to the
mind.
Turquoise Turf.
I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Fair.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Been to India. Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
Fair enough.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
That's fair.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah, killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
Wow, you really just don't want to talk.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
Fair enough.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
That's fair. Good way to make some extra money.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business, you hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Fair enough, mate.
Something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Say who get what done to them.
Damn it. I think drink no longer stirs me.
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
Shh. I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire! Who are you?
I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word. With anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
I've been hunted down in the streets and attacked. I'm a victim here, too.
I believe you.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
Okay.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
Fair enough.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We are both chasing the same shadow.
Interesting. So I guess if you decide to feed on people that give you just a lot of blood or XP.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I don't know yet.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
Fair enough. I'm gonna just take your 5 shillings.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Damn it.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Not long ago, this sort of mess would have given me a laugh.
Are they stupid or something?
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
Goodbye, Mr.
Okay, so I need a hint.
I should just run as far away from
Hello,
this
sir.
place as I can.
May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
Fair enough.
I'll leave you.
You have no new dialogue options. I feel like you probably know something considering you're scrubbing blood off the ground.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk, as usual. But my God, his eyes, his face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin, his hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Alright, just discovered a hint. Alright. Blood quality indicates the XP you will earn if you feed on the citizen. Unlocked hints increase the amount of XP. Interesting. Not planning on really feeding on normal people, though. I don't mind grinding some XP by just killing lots of enemies if I can. Okay, so I can treat him for fatigue. Interesting.
You again. What can I do for you?
Okay.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
That's true.
Who is he?
William. Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. Can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Maybe he was wanting something else other than just to talk.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Fair enough.
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
Oop, okay, so I can't do it.
See me now, Mum.
Liking the cello music. And the nice bass ambiance.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city.
Did it say what year this actually is? Automobiles. Okay, so it's gotta be probably. It looks like probably World War I weaponry and World War I era vehicles. I don't remember very much about the Spanish flu, so fortunately I can't be certain about that, but I mean, like I said, these kind of look like World War I era vehicles. The gear for the posters looks like World War I era military gear. And the revolver looks roughly World War I era.
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. What's this? Some sort of note.
Proven orders. Object, multiple deaths in the dock regions. We believe a nasty leech is involved. Locate it. Locate the beast. Purge it quickly. Purge it and quickly. Warning. According to most recent reports, this vampire is very violent. Approach with extreme caution. If we lack men in this part of town, don't send rookies to investigate the case. If I'm correct, we've got a frenzied one killing each night. As always, search the abandoned places first, like old houses, basements, sewers, or warehouses. Destroy the leech brothers.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Okay, I'm actually gonna remap the one that I remapped. Okay, instead of mouse 4, go to mouse 5, just because that's a little bit easier. Reach normally. Very much so like having 2 extra mouse buttons for my thumbs. Because then I don't have to press V for particular things. I see people over there. Ooh, a hunter.
Ammunition crate. Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
Okay, so I've got 6 bullets now. see, was it G I can use to swap? I guess I just swap to shooting.
Got one job, and that's
Fair enough, Tom. But why do they hide where it's so damn cold?
Because vampires do not feel the cold.
There's safer places to be than here.
Fair enough.
Go back home, idiot! Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Ow. So, I guess, do I have to equip you in here? Okay, so now I need to be careful not to accidentally right-click, but I have my ranged weapon. And I can heal a little bit. Some enemies more resistant to certain types of damage. Okay, so orange is medium resistance and red is high. It's good to know. So he is resistant to ranged quite a bit. You're resistant to melee and ranged. Give me blood. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Okay, so I reload automatically, and I picked up some bullets from him. Very nice. Jeez, man, that's twisted.
We won't see any of these bastards back here again.
Okay, so it... Cause see, I pressed G and it doesn't swap my weapons. I might actually need to look at the controls. Okay, so... Melee attack, shoot. Okay. Switch melee weapon. Ah, okay. So it's Z and C. So Z. Okay, that doesn't change anything. Ah, okay.
That's this nest of them cleaned out.
Stay away!
I like their screams when you burn them alive.
It's an ammo box? No, just a suitcase. Ooh. Used Vampyr? Okay. It's a ranged. Oh, a sawn-off shotgun. Very nice. Okay. So instead of you. Okay, so. Oh, and I actually have ammo for it. Nice.
That's this nest of them cleaned out. Stay close, keep an eye on them. Over there! We won't see any of these bastards back here again.
Getting some decent experience from these guys.
That's this nest of them cleaned out.
I like their screams when you burn them alive.
Look lively! It's on to us!
Oh, it pierced. Oh wait, did it just get all three of them? That was unintentional, but I will take it. All right. New practices, new tactics. Okay. I know that some of our companions considered that the best advantage we have in our fights against leeches is that they can't go out during the day. Thus, we can hunt them down when they hide, powerless in their sleep. This is a rookie mistake. First, because vampires are clever, and they have countless ruses and tricks to avoid being spotted in their den. Second, because they deploy many deadly traps to kill any intruders in what they consider their most precious sanctuary. It would cost us too much men and too much time to explore and eradicate vampires in their hideouts. The best tactic is to follow and destroy them when they really are vulnerable, when they hunt at night. It's much easier to attack them then, for they can be easily spotted. That's why the Guard of Prywin must evolve and deploy new tactics to hunt leeches. Small and mobile patrols, tactics based on technological advantages, modern communications. You can learn many things from the war in France. New strategy, new equipment, and new weaponry. Grenades, white phosphorus, ultraviolet light, bulletproof vests, and flamethrowers. It's time for the Guard to embrace the 20th century. From A New War by Geoffrey McCullum, Prywin leader. Okay. Interesting. Oh, there's another guy over here. Okay. I meant to drink your blood, but oh well. So wait, there's two trails here. Rats and hideouts. Rats are often located near hideouts. Okay. So this is a hideout then. Yes, give me blood. What is with these lights and the flickering? Alright, new hideout unlocked. Let's see what you've got laying around. Common handle part, lead plate. Let's see if there's anything else. Stash some shillings. Okay. I can improve one of my weapons. Yes. Okay. Nice, I've got plenty to upgrade you. That's a nice damage boost. Working progress. Let's see. Increase damage dealt by 10%. Decrease stamina consumption by 10%. So I could go from 58 to 64, or I could decrease the stamina cost. This will honestly be better. Just got 2 achievements for that. Upgrade a weapon module. Okay. What do I need? Honestly, this shotgun's going to be pretty useful. I don't know what all ranged weapons I'm going to be able to get. Can't upgrade you. Let's upgrade you. But that's nice. And I'm going to go ahead and upgrade. So that's more blood. Increase the damage. It would be nice to save up and buy these. Ooh. Nice. Can absorb 1 hit. Interesting. So just some defensive skills here. Interesting. So I can't get you yet because you cost 600. Same with you. And how much do you cost again? 1,000. I might save up for the claws because with the claws I can get to where I do blood with, or get blood with each hit, and that'll be nice. Plus, these seem to be pretty powerful, so I think I'm going to save up for the moment. Because as long as I have ways to replenish my blood, there's not really much need to upgrade the capacity a ton. I had to do that because there was an achievement for killing 10 rats. Okay. Blood trail. Blood over there, but there's also blood over here.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
It's interesting. Instead of the... Ooh, it does 99. Costs twice as much though. Makes sense. I'll go ahead and equip you in my other slot here.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
Oh my God, William.
This creature
I can't
is
stand
bedeviled.
it anymore.
I must put it down.
Okay, why are you not... Oh, no, I didn't want that. I wanted... I see. So yeah, I don't want you to... I gotta use bludgeon now. Okay.
Stop. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you... like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed this drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
Is there anything else in this room that I can take? Nope, didn't look like it. Okay.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
All these bodies. Jeez. What in the world was he doing here with them? Putting the heads on pikes and whatnot? Piercing them? It's like he was Vlad the Impaler or something. Jeez. Talk about gruesome. This is a fancy boat you've got here.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
No, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again. From a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
And for that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this... affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
Sure, why not?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. I'm coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
Okay, so this is a main mission. Are there any side missions yet? Don't think so. So I guess I just need to keep going. Because there's investigations, events, and endangered citizens. I haven't even found a single merchant, but... Let's drop. Very nice. Let's see. After that fight, I have almost 1,000 experience. I do have enough to get the passive that I wanted. The defensive. If you'll excuse me for just a second, I need to heal myself up. Oh, I guess I can't do that here.
Come on, you bastard! You can do better than that! Nah, it's my turn!
What in the world are you guys doing?
Rotten or crusty, each heart contains the secret of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
I want to go in there and get those chests.
Gosh, that hurts. Oh, come on, you bastard! I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
I guess I have to for him.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
See what you got here. Spring, okay.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
It's locked, all right.
Dang it, I wanted to go in there and get those 2 chests. Tiny common handlebars, eh? Aluminum powder. Ooh, I got a glass vial. I can start making stuff to help heal people. I guess I'll just go into the hospital for the moment.
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the 2nd floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
Man, that was fast, giving me a nameplate and everything.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
Mm-hmm. He was.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
2nd floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Okay. Thank you very
Nurse
much. Hospital full, please go back home.
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Indeed.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them? Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippins. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Okay.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Okay, fine. F for details. Oh, just for the checkup. Okay.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet.
Brilliant. It would.
Okay, so apparently I need to. Okay.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
If this game is short enough, I might do a second run where I go through and I just do end up killing all the citizens. Or drinking all of their blood. Maybe. Not sure. Ah, there we go. Small bottle.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Ooh, okay. Ah, finally a traitor.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
Fair enough.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
Yeah, that's not good.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Interesting. Okay, a new investigation. Nice.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
It's fair. Hint required. Personal questions. Hints required.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Ooh, shotgun. It costs quite a bit. I see, and I can buy all this stuff. Bullets, shotgun shells. Ooh, can be recycled into components. Okay, so those might actually be useful to use. Alright, interesting. So let me see, how do I do that? So I go here, I take it, well, do the junk. I guess I can't do that yet. But talking to people is good, I get info about them. Map, where is this? Okay, so I go around here, go through here. Actually, that way is blocked off if I remember, so I need to go around this way. What is this building? Is this part of the hospital?
A year. You have the right to disapprove of our methods, and you will kindly apologize.
Okay, so that's just part of the hospital.
It's locked.
Sad and faded walls are all I have to offer as a final resting place.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
Okay. Fair enough.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Okay.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Okay.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
true. If this is an endemic and the war is going on as well, then
why close the
they
hospital's
might be
main
dead or
hall?
just not
It
here.
was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Yeah.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Sadly, no.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Okay.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Fair enough.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Interesting. Let's see what you have.
You have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
Codeine, opium. Ooh, a formula. It's like a formula. Oh, was that literally all I had? Exactly. Fair enough, but at least I was able to buy it. What is this? What do you hold, trash can? Grease and screws. Fair enough, I guess. The heck?
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Jeez. Die. At least now I can regenerate all the way. There's one scowl. There's another one. I can bite too. Give me your blood. Delete. Okay, so I remembered that I can not sprint, but I can change to running and walking. Ooh, shotgun shells, very nice, and bullets. Lots of quarantine stuff. Oh, I guess I just need to bring his wallet back at this point. What does getting up here do for me? Can't go in through the windows. The trash can. Small bag of junk and a screw. Oh, a body. Some shillings. Thank you much. Hello, I have your
Good
wallet.
evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
Alright.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
Alright, well, at least I got some dirt
Goodbye,
on her.
Milton.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadogan fellow.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doc.
Okay, so
Goodbye,
now I'm
nurse.
about... Okay, so I haven't met her yet. Is there a trash can? Oh, no. Not one I can use.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
Indeed. Who are you? Oh.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon.
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of pustulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want.
Are you sure about
A
that?
spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are your enemies?
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
Okay.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Wrong target. New investigation. Okay.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, it was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
And who are you?
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed.
Yeah, I got that
I run
part.
my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
Okay.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
Fair.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time.
Alright, new investigation. Good. Question?
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Interesting.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Fair point.
Goodbye.
All right. Another doctor here?
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Fair, I guess.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital instead of a burden.
Fair point.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
All right.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
So see, I wonder if these are supposed to be like how affects how your relationship is with each person, because it's got like different symbol and whatnot, but I don't know.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
Fair.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
I suppose that's fair.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Maybe. Game. Can I not? There we go. I was like stuck for a second.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Ah, you're the one I talked to earlier. Okay.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
See, I'm curious, what does talking with all of these people do? I guess it's just... So there's only really 4 areas. I guess just getting everybody talked to. It helps with all of the... I don't know, knowledge that I need in the game. Well, I've already found out as much as I can from here, it seems. Just a few more people to talk to.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you,
Goodbye, Doctor.
Talk to you. Talk to the patient.
I will...
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Okay.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Ackroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness.
Yeah.
But you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
Okay.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
That's fair.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Ellen didn't bring them with her that night.
It's fair.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Glass files, okay.
As for me, what a blundering idiot.
Where are the stairs?
Reads me like a book.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
Okay.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
Good life insurance policy?
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Are you her son?
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here, then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
That's fair, I guess.
I'll let you get some rest, then.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
I will heal you up, and then I will talk more to you. At this point, though...
My sweet girl.
Wait, where the heck are the stairs? So that's where I went in. You're...
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor.
Pippa.
I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
You must get a hold of yourself, Nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
That's the way they are.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You're right. When dealing with such a terrible disease, one must remain humble. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try our best.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
He's already gotten chatty with me. He already told me about you guys'
Why is Milton
relationship.
grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Alright, how many people are there left that I haven't... Ah, the stairs. I haven't talked to. I already talked to you.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Okay.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Yeah, delusions and fantasies often can be.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
So then I'm curious, do all of these conversations give me, so... Okay, so they just give me hints about particular things. I guess I have to go back and talk with them once I learn more.
I've wasted too much energy for so little result.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
I keep wondering, is he a pastor of some kind?
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Horcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Oh, okay.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Okay.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
The sad saint, that's kind of a sad name.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
That's fair.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Okay, so yeah, you must be some kind of priest.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Okay, so I guess you didn't know that he was a vampire?
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognized Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr.
I suppose that's fair, then.
We'll talk again later.
Alright, I have talked to everybody on the first floor, I believe. Yeah, so I think it's time to finally go upstairs. Is there anything I can loot in here? Ah, this is that door I came in before. Alright, second story. Dr. Swansea. It's his office, okay. Can I actually go in here? I can. Or at least I can knock. A used hacksaw. Okay, that's another melee weapon, I guess. Curious to see...
This must be the place.
Ah.
It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own.
Exactly.
At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Aluminum powder, very nice.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Article on Ekans. It is a rare opportunity and almost a privilege to approach a vampire, to observe their most intriguing physical and psychological traits with a scientific and rational eye. Here are some of the most fascinating abilities I've personally observed over the last 10 years while investigating a few vampires, or Ekan, as they prefer to call themselves. Supernatural speed. Vampire can act and move like a mortal in all actions, but a trained eye will spot that they have the keenest senses and can react quicker than any mortal. On few occasions, alarm, surprise, necessity to flee, I have seen a vampire move so quickly it is almost as if they vanish just to reappear somewhere else. The human eye cannot follow their movements and they act so quickly, but it is not a teleport or dematerialization. It's only supernatural speed. For me, it is a cat-like attribute, which allows them to run, dodge, or jump longer and faster than us. I also noticed that such speeds seem to exhaust them and that they are bound to physical limitations. Okay. Mesmerize. One of the most powerful abilities of a vampire can deploy is the capacity to force a mortal to obey them. I call this trait mesmerism, but it has nothing to do with the mortal ability to alter a subject's mental state. A vampire can bend a mortal to their will, and they can even break a mind. A vampire I interviewed even told me the more a subject tries to resist, the more permanent the damage will be, as if the vampire could literally fracture their target's psyche. The same vampire explained to me that this ability required time to master, and that the results could vary widely from one subject to another. Implant a false memory. Erase a painful one. Possibilities are endless and frightening. Indeed. blood awareness. This may be the most catastrophic ability of all concerning vampires, since it is the cause of so many tragedies for them and us. Vampires crave for blood. They must use their will to restrain themselves from frenzied drinking every drop of blood they can see. They need blood to function, and to express their full supernatural traits. A famished vampire can be very weak, even if he cannot die of hunger or thirst. This urge, this need for blood, may explain why a vampire is so aroused by it. A vampire confessed to me that blood could sometimes blind him, since its smell and attractiveness could be so strong. When he focuses, a vampire can almost see blood all around them, inside warm bodies, through walls, on a supposedly clean weapon, etc. Same vampire even told me that he can see if a mortal has clean blood or is ill, and that in some cases he can even sense diseases, infected clothes, or even items in a room. If this is true, it could have so many medical applications. What the? It's almost beggars belief. I don't know what in the world that was.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Indeed, but where do I get the water from? Ah, sink. Ah, he left a message for me. Dear Jonathan, I asked Nurse Crane to secure an office for you on the second floor. Please forgive the austere decoration, but Pembroke Hospital is not exactly the Ritz. Sorry to let you discover your office alone, but I needed to sleep a little before going back to work. I'm just a mere mortal after all. I also gave orders to let you rest, and for the staff to never enter your room. You will be able to sleep all day without being disturbed, and work at night without raising any suspicion. I'm afraid the place is quite messy, but you'll be able to conduct your experiments here at your own pace. You'll also notice there is an open window with a scaffolding that will allow you to enter or exit the hospital without being noticed. I imagine how awfully new and disturbing this all must be for you. Believe me, I have studied enough of your species to understand what you must now be facing and feeling. Be assured I'll do whatever I can to help you in this ordeal. Know that you're not completely alone facing it. I'm glad to meet you. I'm glad I met you. These dark times we are all presently facing. I'm glad I met you. These dark times we're all presently facing. It doesn't make much sense as a sentence. I hope our future collaboration will yield great results. Welcome to Pembroke. Yes, I left a copy of some of my notes concerning what I've discovered about Ekon in the last few years. Feel free to read. Okay, so he left that. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, here. So I can analyze this. Ah, so now I can make treatments for different things. So I've got the glass vials, I just need all of the other stuff. I wonder if I have to buy it or if I can find it. Okay. Do I have enough to upgrade any of these things? Can't quite upgrade you. Can't quite upgrade you. Nope. Nope. Why is it acting like I can? I can't though. Ah, okay, here we go. I can recycle stuff here.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching.
Indeed.
The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time.
True, you do have so much time. Literally forever. Oh, is that coffee cup the way I can do it? Okay, nice. So I can get you now. You cost 2,000. Okay. Those are 600. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. So that's just more damage. Okay. Interesting. Ooh, science. These. I think increasing stamina will be helpful here. All right.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Dr. Swansea asked me to collect you. Hurry up.
Okay, okay.
The flower's dying. It needs water. Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
Okay.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke. And space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
All right. I also need to find a way to water the plants. There's an achievement for that. Okay, I can't go in that door. Okay. I'm gonna see what's up on the third floor here. Oh, a door I can't go out. What about the other side? I guess my level must be based on how many attributes I have unlocked. How many skills. Okay. But here, as for the map, let's see, there should be some investigations. It told me about some of them. Yeah, I'm gonna make that 3. Definitely increased blood capacity is also going to be one that I will need. Fatigue. Okay, so I need to get money somehow. Okay. So that is how I go about doing these. Okay. Okay, map. So I need to go down this way. Basically just head south until I can't anymore and then go back over here. Okay, it's easy enough, I guess. Blood trail, eh? Hey, you guys are level 10. Not sure I want to mess with you guys just yet.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
It's one of them! Over there!
Yummy. Finish you off by feeding on you. Okay, I guess that wasn't quite enough, but there we go. Okay, level 10 guys, not too bad. Kind of unfortunate you didn't give me more stuff. Okay, so those look like medical ingredients. I guess that was all, it just kind of led me there. Oh, okay, nice.
Not a good place for a stroll.
Indeed. How much pistol ammo do I have? Oh, nice. So I've got 18 shots.
Die, vermin!
Watch it! It's a killer!
Two shillings. Oh boy. You didn't drop anything. Alright, well it looks like I got some stuff to treat some people. Ooh, a blood sample and some shillings. Cool, it sounds like. Ow. Give me more of your blood. He only gave me 10 experience. Well, that's fine though. That... I guess that's why citizens are good sources, is because... yeah. Dazed Scowl. Okay. Oh, geez. I don't like the target switching, how it moves according to the mouse. I feel like it's set up for controller. Okay, so it looks like, though, I can just reattempt the fight without worrying about anything. Let me try dealing with you first. so he's making clones of himself. Okay, so that's what the deal is. So I need to deal with the dazed one first. And then I just need to kind of watch for him a bit, I guess. It's not that I can't beat him. Okay, so you guys, you are slightly resistant to weapons, but you are not. Ah, crap. I got stuck in a corner. That was my bad. Yeah, I know Blood of the Citizens is the fastest way to evolve. I'm not gonna do it. I want to see if I can beat two guys who are so many levels higher than me, because why not? If you would quit dodging into them, please. I suppose that's the only problem not playing with a controller. I can't hit so many buttons at once with the keyboard. Alright, I might leave that one just for a little bit. So let's see. For you, I already did that one. I could find out who is spying. I'll go back and do that. Oh, these guys respawn too. Interesting, so that means you guys do too. Ah, so I can XP farm them.
Steady, boys! You got one of them!
need some of your blood, please. Thank you for more shotgun shells. Thank you for more bullets. Yeah, bro, I hear you over there. Can you just not, please? Need to wait for my health regen before I defeat these other two guys.
Best turn around if I were you. Over there! There's one of them vermin! It's on him! It's on him!
Not being melee resistant makes you pretty easy to kill. Nice.
This is no place for a gentleman. Watch yourselves! It's a leech! Oh my god!
Man, screw you with that. Oh, well, some more shillings are always nice. Oh, right, and I can eat you to get more blood.
This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood.
Looks like I am gaining things that I need to treat stuff. That's nice. And if I can complete a side investigation, then I'll be able to upgrade myself. The way he sprints is weird.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
Crumpled letter. Dear love, I finally found the missing money for the fee asked by the ambulance driver to bring you to the hospital. Don't worry about nothing now except getting better. For I took care of everything. I asked some of our neighbors and they told me that this Mr. Hooks is something of an honest crook. He may ask for extra money in exchange for a bed, but the bed is then guaranteed. I'm sorry I refused to pay first, and I realize now that the most important thing is that you get better soon. The Pembroke Hospital is a good place, I heard, despite the bad behavior of this Milton Hooks. I promise you that everything is okay now. I'll see you in your clean bed as soon as possible. From Nicole. Okay, so I got some info on him. Find out who's spying on Thelma. Guess I just need to wander around and find the area.
It's locked.
Okay, can't be through there. It's got to be over here somewhere then. Lead rod or lead plate. I think I can upgrade my machete again. Alright, that's them taken care of. Survey mission, 25th October. Objective, Vampire Activity Hospital Survey Investigate. 3 days ago, one of our new recruits heard a rumor about the presence of a female vampire hiding in the Pembroke Hospital, London East End. All we have is her first name, Thelma. Your mission is to discreetly go there and observe any suspicious activity concerning said leech. Then report directly back to us, and we will decide what action should be taken. Alright. Nice, nice. Shotgun shells, bullets. Find the local command post of the Guard of Pruin. Alright. Seems like it's just over there. Something I want to do real quick though, so I should be able to go in and make some stuff. Fatigue. It's too bad I can't see my craftables, like what I can potentially craft right now. It's interesting here, I can look at the details. Here we go. Okay, I can't see there. I'm curious to see though what I can make as far as remedies go. So far.
You have the right to disapprove of our methods, and you will kindly apologize when you're finished.
this way, I believe. Oh no, I was going the right way.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Indeed, I wish I could just literally fill this up with water here. Alright, what can I craft? Do you have enough treatment or serum? Yes, I thought so. Fatigue, I need... Oh man, I need more of those. Okay, so it was the serum. I want to be able to treat this though. But I can break all of these things down, so that's good. Nothing useful still. Oops. I was wanting to check and see if there was any weapon upgrades, like... Gosh dang it, buttons. Can I upgrade you? No, I need a used machete. Why is left mouse button the back button as well? Oh, okay, so I can now upgrade you if I just get trigger parts. Okay. Seems like that's mostly what I'm needing though. Could upgrade you. Let's see, the club. So you do 64, the bludgeon already does extra. Because it doesn't look like I can upgrade the machete anymore. You know what, let's do the hacksaw, because why not? Upgrade you. Ooh. Absorb blood points when it hits. That is very nice. The extra damage is good, but that is nice. So I wonder if these upgrades persist. I mean, either way, I'm going to do this. Because it's very nice. Okay, okay. So I can't quite start crafting remedies for people yet. But soon, hopefully. Oh, it's just you. Well, 18, huh? Not confident on taking on a level 18 yet. Okay, you're only level 11. That's not bad. Can I just go into random houses? I'll take some more shillings. So literally all that's in here is just some shillings. Can I go through here? No. Oh, right. Forgot to change you to the hacksaw.
It's closed.
Oh, geez. Trying to use the blood spear has a pretty good wind up. That's part of the problem. Because I was trying to shoot it there, hoping it would go through and maybe stagger some of the others, but... Because after all, they aren't very strong. Okay, so it kept the loot. Why don't you guys come and take care of him? Oh, another house. Okay. Oh, is this maybe their place? Hmm.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. First, I need to get some more water. And use the restroom, so I will be back in a few minutes. So I had to adjust my AC because for whatever reason, even though it's only maybe mid to upper 70s outside tops, just all of a sudden, or not even just all of a sudden, my AC just loves to sit there and be constantly
I cannot
on.
enter.
Even though I have it set to 70. It's kind of really annoying. And the games that I've been playing recently haven't caused my GPU to run hot enough to actually warm my room. Oh my gosh. Targeting. I should have set the targeting. Okay, good. It did keep me in this building. I'm gonna see. Okay. Lock next target and previous target. See, they're set to that, but not actually working like that. No, let's turn auto lock off. That may be what it is. Because I'm having to target them specifically anyways. Give me some extra blood here.
I have this thirst for blood.
What? I hit you first. Really, game? I definitely hit him twice with the stun there, and you just ignored it. Oh. Try again.
This is despicable.
Yeah, you just hang on real quick. Petition letter. Mr. Bates must stop for months, for years maybe. Codigan Bates has exploited us. Okay. That was a loud thunk.
Get away from me!
That's right. Heal myself first. Take those shillings.
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, a fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
He'll return to his district the following night. Okay. Huzzah, I succeeded the investigation.
This is Braille.
Text in
I
Braille.
need someone who can read this.
Alright. So, supplies. Clove essence. Box of pills. I think I've already looted everything from in here. Looks like. And I believe I've already looted everything up here as well. Oh, no, I haven't. Some shillings. Very nice, very nice. Now it looks like I have gotten everything. Yay, it's unlocked now. I need some blood.
I have this thirst for blood.
Thank you very much.
Step away, sir. If you spot one, fire.
Get your weapons ready!
I did it again. Oh my gosh, too spammy. If I hadn't missed my blood spear, I might have been okay there.
No civilians allowed, sir.
You guys just go back to being about your business. Come on. There we go. If I can get this far guy, that might help. Jeez, that scared me. Ah, jeez, the freaking... Man, so he is the problem. He does so much damage. This is the only problem at the moment, being so underleveled. I just want to gain experience.
Step away, sir. If you spot one, fire.
Give me your blood now.
Die, vermin! Kill it all you deserve! Bloody monster!
There we go. Jeez, I got you all. Where are the other bodies? I need to loot them. There's you. Give me some grease. Where'd the other guy die at? Killed you there. Oh, there's this chest. Another box of pills, eh? Alright. Okay, so they're through there. Oh, I found a new hideout. Okay. Okay, can I craft you yet? Yes, I can. Okay. and handle parts, okay. Okay, so it does stack each time. So I can basically make a weapon either like a blood gathering weapon or a stun weapon or okay, this is good, this is good. So I can use you just to get tons of blood, and I can make like this bludgeon a weapon just to stun probably, or do outright damage. Can't quite upgrade you, can't quite upgrade you. I can recycle these things. Okay, can I make more of you now? Yes, I can. Because I know I've got at least 2 people that need that. Let's see, so he has got a cold. Okay. You have fatigue. You have fatigue, you have fatigue. Okay, so 3 fatigue, 1 cold is all I've got at the moment. That 2 colds. No. Okay, so 3 fatigue, 2 colds. Make 1 more of you. Alright, go ahead and do that for now.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood.
Probably definitely one of the things I'm going to do is upgrade how much I heal when I do that. And I'm also going to increase my max health, I think. Ooh. These guys are kind of strong, so I think I'm going to go ahead and wait on that. A marker somewhere. I wanted to place a marker there. Ah, okay. It's too bad that I can't fast travel. That'd be very nice. So I guess I'm just gonna have to run. I'm gonna have to do that when I'm a little bit higher leveled. Just like that guy, he's level 18. But when I go back across the bridge, I should be able to... Well, not here. Was it that... So Clay, Cox, Mortimer, okay. There's Mortimer. Oh, okay, so I can find... Oh, I guess I already knew that. I can't go in there, though. Either way, not you. There you are.
Always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me,
I see, I need to go out here.
How can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you, you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die. You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
Interesting, okay. I haven't talked to you. Appears that I can't.
The patients are not fools. They know we are overwhelmed by this.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
No, but maybe I can be of help for you.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Oh, you were the one for fatigue. Okay, here we go.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Healing a citizen will increase... Okay. So healing them will...
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
Nice.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you, then.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
Okay. A new investigation.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
What a blundering idiot.
Oh, right. I need to come back and talk to her. That's why it was telling me that. Where is the guy who had the fatigue?
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
Okay, so now I can find out more about him.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good.
Not so good.
During this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Fair enough.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Okay.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
Fair.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
Good. Then get some rest. Yeah, he's healthy.
Do you need any medical assistance yourself, Doctor?
Come on, don't be ridiculous, dear colleague.
Okay, so nothing yet.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
So apparently, for some of these people, you just have to kind of find out stuff about them through the other... Oh, here you are. Mr. Fatigued.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
I already talked. No, I didn't talk to you about
Do you ever
anything.
think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Only the strongest survive, then? Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. But as long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
Okay.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I can say for most folks.
And who are you, then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
I honestly don't want to give him medicine, but I'm not trying to kill anybody this time.
I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
If I do a second run, which I kind of want to, you're gonna be the first one that I kill, I swear. You're not worth much XP, but... Oh, right, it's around the other way. Excuse me, coming through. Alright, went through. This way, I think. What's in here? Oh. Geez, there's so many doors into the hospital.
It's locked, all right.
Okay, and the key is supposed to get me in a door back this way. That door. Okay. Anything else even back here? Oh, it's just that area from before. Yeah. Alright, time to go into the old morgue. Nice, got some more experience. Definitely going to work on increasing some of my basic stats. The next level up. Can't go down, eh? Can I go in through this door now? Ah, okay, good. Yeah, I hear you up there. Don't worry, your time to die will come soon. Some shillings. Can I take this test tube? I want to water my plant in my room. But really all there was in this room was 5 shillings.
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza. This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Alright. Really, all that stuff and just 2 bottles of alcohol. Oh, hi there. Goodbye. Did you maybe come from upstairs? Is there anything I'm missing?
It's locked.
Okay, maybe a key on the 3rd floor? So I apparently can't get in there at all. It's fine, I guess. Can you please walk around the corner there? The heck? Six, 5, 6. Okay.
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
I suppose I ought to use a few bullets just so that I can always pick up more. This is the door that just takes me... okay, here. That other door must take me back to where I was previously. Part of the reason I'm walking is just so that I can make sure not to miss any loot like that. Death reports. Samuel Connor. Race Caucasoid? Okay. Address unknown, occupation fisherman, natural death. Cause of death, fast progressing pneumonia by virus-induced pulmonary consolidation. Spanish influenza.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this. It's locked, all right. It's locked, all right.
Ooh, a used Liston knife. Okay. Interesting. 3 blood absorption. Okay. So you just directly absorb blood. I'm already using this, so I already get basically the same as that. You're not useful currently. Apparently there will be a key around here somewhere that I will need. So you just take me back here. Yeah, I'll go this way. Okay, nice. It's only 2 class files though. Keep going. Get over here. Come on.
Scowls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Ah, here we go.
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Stuff. Oh, a crafting table. Very nice. I could make my common steak better. Adds 3 stun points when it hits. Decrease stamina consumption. Go ahead and do that, and go ahead and increase the stun. The less amount of times I have to hit them, the better. Nice. There's no key around here, unfortunately, it seems. Oh, okay, so I can examine him.
The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
Indeed.
Tippett has made...
Okay, so it's just the same thing.
It's locked.
Scowls, they almost sound more like zombies than they do like... Oh. Think I didn't see that? Oh, you two just respawned. Okay. Hey, buddy. More sodium hypochlorite. See, I already scavenged everywhere. I don't really think there's anything else I can get from here at the moment. Until I potentially get keys, so... I think that's all for the morgue at the moment.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Let's see. So he's recovering. Kind of want to go back to him and cure him for fatigue. I suppose, though, I can do that at any time. Let's see, I did his quest. I might go ahead and do that one. Actually, this one's just right here.
Please show me. Of course.
I literally don't have anything to sell, so...
As for me, what a blundering idiot.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
All right.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
Me.
I never could keep anything from her. You always knew the words to calm the children. What a blundering idiot.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to.
I'm not concerned about that game. Looking for... Oh, he's upstairs.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
I got that.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Fair enough.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
I wonder why the Goswicks came here in the first place.
Where is that nurse? There we go.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett in our situation?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tippett.
I concur for that shorthanded.
I've decided that I won't reveal Dr. Tippett's, shall we say, misdemeanor.
I'm so glad you share my point of view. Dr. Tippett is a brilliant practitioner. We most definitely need his know-how.
I hope you're right. This is a huge risk we're taking.
Dr. Tippett must regain his confidence. Please, keep this decision between you and me. He doesn't need to know you found out.
Interesting, okay.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
So I didn't know that could happen. Interesting. Well, that doesn't really concern anything that I'm doing. If I do a second run and I go for like a max, just killing all the citizens, then drinking all of their blood, then I might be more concerned.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire.
Most ironic.
One might say a gift from heaven.
It may seem strange, but your words have brought me some comfort here.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar. You offered me sanctuary when I had none.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Indeed. Let's see, can I just talk to you normally?
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service, Doctor.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Where do we stand today?
Oh, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
Okay.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings, and the penny dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged, but it will not destroy you.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
That wasn't strictly an answer, but okay.
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
Interesting.
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe, was he a vampire?
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Okay, interesting.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skald?
A Skald is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
Just we're a lot harder to kill.
We'll see each other again.
Okay. Do you have anything in here I can take to use as crafting stuff? It would not appear so. I'm not seeing anything. I do want to know how to save my plant.
Safer here than anywhere else in the East End.
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night. before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, Your Ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
Okay, fine.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Okay.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
That would make sense.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Fair, that's what I've been doing.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
Fair.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
Good, I need info about it. Alright, talk to somebody at the hospital.
Dr. Reed, you know. I met him in New York.
If only there were more of us.
Ah, is it you? Oh no, it's you inside there. So I am curious. Let's see. Code. I think I've got one more of those left. Yes. Okay. So let's see. I know that for him, I need to go. What's their place again? These guys are in the docks, okay. Ah, there we go. I'm gonna go make my way down there real quick and help them. Which way is the best? Okay, just get out of here, go south. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be able to increase a lot of my basic abilities. Like just my amount of blood, my amount of health, how much regen I get from the blood and whatnot. What's up here? Oh! New hideout. My dear mother, when you find this letter, I'll be gone. I want you to know that I don't leave because of you. I leave this world because of the crushing weight that existence puts upon me. These times are too much for me. Sometimes I feel like Baudelaire's verses have been written as an echo from my own heart. When the low, heavy sky weighs like a lid upon the spirit aching for the light, and all the wide horizon's line is hid by a black day sadder than any night. It's as beautiful as it is painful, Mother. I can't suffer it anymore. I don't want you to try to convince me, and it would only delay the inevitable, for I would do it again if by any chance you managed to save me once.
In this letter,
there's his letter.
Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust.
Oh, so these... Oh, does all the extra ammo that I get go here? Interesting. Okay, so I could make some more of fatigue. Go ahead and make one of you, though. I don't have any for you. Okay, so I've got one of each for you now. Analyze. Okay. Make one of these just for when I'm having a lot of trouble with somebody. There's the bed, but there's this.
It's locked, all right.
Ah. Fertile is the belly of the beast. Vampires create their foul progeny with blood. We all know that. Some of us witness the process even. But what is really going on there? Is it the only way for a vampire to breed? Let's review what we know so far. When willing to create a progeny, a vampire will not bite but give its blood to drink. Most of the victims die when bitten, but some of them survive and turn into leeches themselves. This only happens when they have assimilated the vampire blood. one way or another. It is not the predator's bite, but its blood that infects the victims, who will turn if he or she survives the suffering of the metamorphosis. It also seems that a vampire can breed by having intercourse with the vampire mates to produce a child. Sexual intercourse between vampires and human rarely produces any birth. Some of them have tried anyway. The vampire gestation is only a few weeks short, and the pain is almost unbearable for the mother. If she is mortal, she will not survive the birth. The vampire comes out of her womb by tearing apart her entrails. If the mother is a blood drinker, it would probably survive and regenerate. The newborn vampire will quickly grow and turn into an adult vampire in only a few months. From the same person. Interesting. Okay. So I could probably talk to the mother and get the key to this safe, but I don't really feel like I need it necessarily. Oh, so apparently you can reset skills. Either way, I'm not going to do it at the moment.
Christ, he's dead! Fancy clothes! This one's a top! Mind his teeth!
T-pose.
Fuck his boss!
And they're all dead now. Okay, do I need to go this way? Yeah, I need to keep going this way. Sodium hypochlorite. Okay. Well, of course I do. Alright, that's where those guys were. Okay, yeah, this area might be a slight bit... Well, no, I should just be able to go to it. Because I can get rid of this guy and the other guy down there. How's the best way to get there? Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm busy here?
Dr. Jonathan Reed, that's who I am. And who are you?
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got here. Clear off. We don't want strangers on our streets.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier. I can respect that.
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The Wet Boot Boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
Speak of the devil, here you are.
Good evening, miss. I am Dr. Reed. May I ask you a few questions?
Who are you? What do you want?
As I just told you, I'm a doctor. From the Pembroke Hospital, actually.
The Pembroke Hospital, you say? I ain't paying any bill left by Clay.
I'm not here to collect payment, Miss
Edwina Cox. So what do you want then? Fancy buying something from me, maybe?
Ooh, maybe.
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
You're quite blunt, aren't you?
I like people who know what they want and say what they think. This is a time of great opportunity for those ready to embrace their destiny.
I'm not interested in a career in the criminal underworld, Miss Cox.
Fair enough. Stay away from us then, if you don't want to get hurt or worse.
Since my return from the war, I don't feel that concerned by threats, knives, or even bullets, if you must know.
That's exactly what that stupid trade unionist claimed after he attacked one of us. Booth and I reminded him a bullet beats words every time.
Okay, a new hint for him. New hint for her.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
You can't trust anyone around here. As soon as you lower your guard, you can be sure some arsehole will take advantage of you.
You sound like you're thinking of somebody in particular.
Take the gravediggers of Southwark. They must pay me every week, but it looks like they forgot who gave them permission to steal from the dead.
Looting corpses in a mass grave. That is a new low.
Whatever. Hey, since you're a doctor and all, maybe you can access that forbidden area and remind those bastards what they owe.
Okay,
really?
New investigation.
Don't you think that's a little bit excessive?
Bastards, all of them. This region only responds to violence and threats.
What can you tell me?
I'm a business. If you're...
Okay, so the hints, I guess...
Can I see what you have to sell?
As long as you have money, I'll show you all I have.
Alright, you have a couple things that are actually useful to me. Like trigger parts. I may buy... I will buy those off of you because I think that's all I really need at the moment.
The sewer dog's fault, they say. Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
Ah, rats.
This is despicable.
Means there must be another safe house nearby? Oh, right, because I'm near that one. Torn page of a diary. For looking away when they mock my color, I hate myself. For crying like a girl when they insult me, I hate myself. For swearing like a boy when they're gone, I hate myself. For hating my parents, I hate myself. For smiling when customers call me Sabrina, I hate myself. For never finding the courage to tell Tom how I truly feel, I hate myself. Jeez. Sabrina Cavendish, okay. Ah, you.
Good evening, sir.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize me? We met a few nights ago.
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of energy forgetting what I did the night before.
Yes, you had definitely drunk too much then as well. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I'm Dyson Delaney. I'll try to remember you. This time.
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist and I believed that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
Okay, interesting.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor, make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Okay.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
Okay.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
Interesting. So this person here was an anarchist.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
So few clients. The epidemic, no one dares go outside.
Alright, so I got there. Now I just need to go back to the hospital and start doing that.
Then the gang, the epidemic, everyone's throwing the blame.
Perhaps you again. What do you want?
I just want to talk.
Tell me about the man you killed, Booth. What happened?
One of us had been killed, so we had to retaliate. That's the whole story.
There has to be more to it than that.
No, really. One of us got killed, so the killer had to die. That's how things have always been done round here. No one gives a shit.
Are you so heartless that you could pull the trigger and kill someone without even blinking?
Have you looked around recently? Do you really think one more body will make a difference?
He legitimately does not care.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
So I wonder if just kind of going to that area will respawn the enemies. Nope, they're still dead. Yeah, I'll be back for you guys once I level up a little bit. Because I can evolve quite a bit at this point. Did I not open you before? Or maybe sleeping a night increases, or respawns stuff. Perfume in a bottle and a watch. Nope, I am going the wrong way. feel like things do get respawned when you go to sleep for the night, which would be helpful.
You are going to reveal all your secrets to me.
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect. What? What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse, or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
Small bag of junk, eh?
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
The pain.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Okay.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
My neck is a little bit stiff. Nurse Dorothy Crane. There's Pippa. I'm gonna talk to her last. Oh, right.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
I have retrieved your letter, Mr. Goswick. I can assure you that nobody read it but me.
Thank you. This is for you, then. For your help. And for your silence.
I think you should talk to your mother. It would be good for both of you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I'll think about it. Now, please, let me be.
100 shillings.
Have you heard rumors about blackmail in this hospital?
No.
No.
I have to go now, sir.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
This hospital seems to be falling apart.
I'm quite busy right.
Have you heard about
blackmail?
Thank you for your time.
Oh. Alright. Where is the nurse that I am looking for? I want to talk to Dorothy first. Wait. What I just saw.
The Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed, you know. I met him in New York.
If only there were more of us, less resignation and more determination.
No, I can tell. I wish I could say the same.
She may be upstairs? Pippa.
These nurses are going to involve my own life.
You don't mind if I search your pockets, do you, sir? You won't need any of these anyway. I'm not stealing from you, mister. I'm only redistributing your belongings to people who need them more than you. You see, no one has claimed your body, sir, so it would be such a shame to bury you with your valuables. I will not forget you, sir. And I thank you for your generous donation.
So he is taking things off the bodies of people. Okay, still, where the heck is the other nurse, Dorothy Crane? Oh, you're up there. Ah, there you are.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Oh.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
I already talked to you. Where is Nurse Dorothy Crane? I think she just currently does not exist. So I'll just talk to you then.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
You put a price on hope. This goes against everything you swore to uphold as a nurse.
Report me then, Dr. Reed. Report the little nurse and keep on lying about the surgical errors, the wrong dosages and diagnostics that we all covered for the sake of our colleagues.
Probably his.
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
What can you tell me?
Let me guess.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
Good evening.
I need blood.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not.
Oops.
Do you plan...
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
Have you heard of any blackmailing going on within these walls?
I have no time for mortal games. My secrets are beyond their comprehension, Dr. Reed.
I'll leave you. Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening.
Have you heard rumors of underhand dealings in the hospital?
If you want to know what's going on here, you better talk to Miss Jones. She knows everything. Especially what she shouldn't.
Goodbye for now.
Damn.
Yeah, so that would be why I couldn't find her. She's all the way down here.
When I get back, I'll have a word with Tom. Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
He's healthy.
When I get back,
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals. Or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
And she's gone. Fortunately, the sewers have a couple things to do down here, it seems. Wow, the sewers are healthy. Who would have known? I guess this is just considered part of this. Also, I think that I'm going to swap you out for shotgun. Just because more damage will be useful.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
I don't want to die here. I want to see the sky, feel the fresh air.
Just so that I can unlock it. common barbed cudgel. Okay. And some shillings. Ooh. Two-handed, 110 damage. And 15 stun. That's pretty nice. But for now, I'm probably going to stick away from two-handed weapons just because I like to have access to firearms and offhand weapons. You know what? Fine. Interesting. My parents got from a company that I used to work at, probably my dad through work. It would appear that they got... Oh, he picked it up from them. It's a two-layered bento box. I actually have one that I ordered that was from a Japanese site, I think, but it is very small. What is up here?
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Okay, so this is just another entrance into the sewers. Couple of rogue skulls, eh?
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Hello, Oswald.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Goodbye.
Are you sure you're...
Yes.
I wasn't trying to talk to you. I wanted what's in the box. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Some good items. Now let's go find the shady person that I was tracking.
I have for blood.
Ban of the Dragon. Concerning the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Soul, I would advise our members to be very wary of about these so-called scholars. Yes, indeed. Most of them are always affable and respectful whenever they approach us, but it would be quite unwise for a discreet circle like the Ascalon Club to foolishly speak about our goals, our members, or our traditions. I also would like to remind our fellow members that the Brotherhood itself is ancient enough to have some mysterious traditions. One of them, according to some informants, can be the ritual of the so-called Ban of the Dragons. It seems that in certain conditions, when the Brotherhood of St. Paul find a violent or bloodthirsty immortal, they call upon him this ban. What is it exactly? I don't know. Does it really exist? I don't know for sure either. But what I've established as facts is that whenever a hostile or vindictive vampire has threatened London, it disappears without a trace after the Brotherhood pronounced a ban upon it. The loyal Fergal Bansha himself has never been foolish enough to openly provoke the Brotherhood. This is a lesson we must all remember. Never be considered a dragon by the Brotherhood. From The Law of Ascalon by Lord Redgrave, founder. Interesting. Okay. So, I think that was them. Good info, good info. Sure, I'll teleport just to the chest, because why not?
What sort of creature is this?
Oh my gosh, I got stuck on the barrel. Dang it. So I can stun him. That's good to know. Just for whatever reason was not... It's weird. The shotgun should stun. Oh well, whatever.
What sort of creature is this?
That didn't even hit me. The heck? Okay, so maybe I should swap. What can I have as my main hand otherwise? I might go ahead and swap you back here because you do some stun damage, which is good. I'm a little bit under-leveled for this boss, but he's not that bad.
What sort of creature is this?
got you.
Here's what's left of him. Not a lot to check, but I should anyway.
Nurse Crane's voucher. If you are sick, if you have no money, whoever you are, wherever you're from, go seek Dorothea to get help. No tricks, no charges, no questions asked. Just find Darius Petruch's house and present this coupon. And then that's in Italian, maybe?
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her. This is despicable.
Alright, since I've already got so much experience, I might go ahead and evolve just to make some things easier. Yeah, you stay dead.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still...
I'd like...
Wise chop.
The Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed, you know.
It's locked. The flower's dying. It needs water.
Maybe I could bring it like literally right here, put it on the windowsill where it can get water. For whatever reason, I can't do anything with it. The sink. Okay, let's see. I could make some of you. And I can make some of you. So now I have one of everything, and then I'll make them as needed. Oh, also, can I upgrade you? So I can upgrade either the shotgun or the pistol. Honestly, the pistol's probably better just because more shots and it has stun potential, so go ahead and do that. Common trigger parts again. Damage. Ooh, Decrease reloading time. I'm going to decrease the reloading time for right now. And I can't upgrade you right now. To upgrade you, I need common handle parts. A few more. Okay. Interesting. So I could just do this and make you an outright stun. So 3, 6, 9. I could make it so that you do 12 points of stun as you get upgraded. But for now, I'm going to upgrade myself a bit. Alright, let's see. I think I am going to... increase my health. Okay. I think I am going to go ahead and do this. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this will be very nice. Not sure which of those I'll end up picking. And as for these again, let's see. So these costed 600. It's also costed. It's costed 500. Okay. Well, I think. Oh, I have unlocked ultimates now. So, I mean, it seems like everything Shadow is just focused on damage based. Rage, I feel like, is not going to be super useful, maybe. Abyss seems good, but Blood Cauldron also seems good. I already have you for Blood. And Claws, I'm definitely going to want to go this route. cost 1,000 to learn, so I'm not sure which one I'm going to do, but I'm going to go ahead and do this. Okay, so the health status here is almost sanitized. Okay, so I'll need to do headaches for you. Healed you, so you should be stable. He has a cold, and I haven't gone in this area at all yet, so... I wonder if I get to sanitize, does it just not go down anymore?
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Alright, well, I think that this is where I'm going to end here for the night. I think that tomorrow I'm going to continue along. Let's see, I'm level 10 now, so that should be good. Tomorrow probably a bit more exploring. So like I've gone to the docks, I can go down there and beat up probably the couple of scavs down there. I can explore some of the Western Docks, Whitechapel, West End. I just need to go around and see what I can do, I think, tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of dialogue at the beginning, unfortunately. I mean, I spent a lot of time here in the hospital because everybody was so close together, but that's just kind of what's going to happen because this game is semi-dialogue based, so I am going to... yeah, just do exploring and whatnot tomorrow. But regardless, I think this is where I'm going to go ahead and end for the night, so I'm going to sign off. Have a good one.